Okay, welcome back. We are now on to item 4A1, the 2023 audited financial statements. I'll turn it over to staff.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Rianne Sousa, and I'm the Director of Financial Operations at the district. To assist with addressing me, my pronouns are she and her. Joining me here today are our auditors from BDO. They're both online, so you just can't see them with the presentation up. So please welcome Paul Fripp, BDO Partner, and Zinnia Kubar, BDO Manager. I'm here today to present the district's 2023 audited financial statements. The goal today is that Council receive and accept the 2023 consolidated financial statements. For Council and the public's background, the Community Charter of BC states that the financial statements must be presented to Council for its acceptance and the financial statements sent to the municipal inspector before May 15th of each year. Further to this, the municipal auditor must report to Council on the audit review of the financial statements. Key elements to highlight are the auditors concluded that the consolidated financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of the district at December 31st, 2023, in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. Consolidated within the district's financial statements are the Squamish Public Library and Squamish Sustainability Corporation. The district's financial statements are within the approved financial plan. I'll now move into the significant variances on the statement of financial position in comparison to the 2022 results. The statement of financial position can be found on page 1 in the financial statements. Cash and cash equivalents has increased by 6.3 million. The increase is primarily due to the receipt of the Province of BC Growing Communities Fund grant in the amount of 6.285 million. Accounts payable has increased by 10.4 million. The increase is due to a number of factors, such as the amount owing for the QP contract settlement, large capital projects payables and their associated holdbacks, and the increase in servicing agreement deposits. Deferred revenue has increased by 1.8 million. The increase is primarily due to unspent grant funds and WLNG and Fortis capacity funding that have restrictions that require deferral. Development cost charges have decreased by 3.1 million. The decrease is primarily due to the expenditures incurred for the wastewater treatment plant, the Pioneer Way extension, and the Garibaldi Tantalus signal projects that will be DCC funded. Lastly, debt has decreased by 4.6 million. The decrease is primarily due to debt principal repayments and no debt being issued in 2023. The full schedule of debt issuances and repayments can be found in the financial statements note number 12. To note, in 2023, the district adopted the new public sector accounting standard, which is the asset retirement obligation accounting standard. As part of the adoption, the 2020 year was restated. To note, the landfill ARO represents 5.7 million of the 6.5 million ARO liability. In previous years, the landfill liability was presented as a post-closure liability under a different public sector accounting standard that no longer exists. Continuing on with the statement of financial position, tangible capital assets represent the cost of assets less accumulated amortization. There was a 22.5 million increase in tangible capital assets. The 401 million accumulated surplus balance is primarily represented by a 336 million investment in tangible capital assets, 55 million in statutory reserves, and 21 million in non-statutory reserves, which are offset by 12 million of internal borrowing. I'll now move into the significant variances in comparison to the financial plan on the statement of operations and accumulated surplus, which is page 2 in the financial statements. Other property levies revenue is 1.3 million greater than the financial plan, primarily due to collecting higher than budgeted hotel tax and higher than anticipated grants in lieu of taxes. To note, hotel flat tax flows through to Tourism Squamish. Utility user fees revenue is 900,000 greater than the financial plan, as water and sewer fees were greater than budgeted. Other revenue from own sources is 1 million greater than the financial plan, as engineering servicing agreement and OCP application fees were greater than anticipated. Other fees and charges revenue is 800,000 greater than the financial plan due to the WLNG and Fortis capacity funding and the transfer of the BC Transit provision to the district being unknown at the time of budgeting. Government transfers for operating is 5.8 million greater than the financial plan, as it was unknown at the time of budgeting that the district would receive the Province of BC Growing Communities Fund grant in the amount of 6.285 million. Investment income is 4.4 million greater than the financial plan, as only interest on working capital is budgeted and interest rates increase more rapidly than projected. Interest earned is transferred to its respective reserve and provision. Continuing on to the expenses on the consolidated statement of operations and accumulated surplus, general government expenditures are 1.6 million greater than the financial plan, primarily due to amortization being greater than budgeted. Protective services expenditures are 1.2 million less than the financial plan, primarily due to RCMP vacancies. Economic and community development expenditures are 570,000 greater than the financial plan, primarily due to greater than budgeted hotel tax and Squamish community forest payables. Hotel tax flows through to Tourism Squamish. The Squamish community forest is expected to be a non-cash expense for the district. Solid waste management expenditures are 560,000 less than the financial plan due to GFL contract savings for landfill diversion and the implementation of the new public sector accounting standard asset retirement obligations. Wastewater services are 520,000 greater than the financial plan due to emergency repairs to the Queensway sanitary lift station. Government transfers for capital are 16.7 million less than the financial plan due to large grant-funded projects being delayed, such as the Brennan Park retrofit, Winnick Park Sea Dike, the wastewater treatment plant, and the Valleycliff Child Care Facility. The grant funding will be recognized when the expenditures are incurred. Development cost charge capital revenues are 11.6 million less than the financial plan due to large DCC funded projects being delayed, such as the Pioneer Way extension and the new reservoir. The DCC funding will be recognized when the expenditures are incurred. Developer contributed assets are 3.1 million greater than the financial plan, as more community amenity contributions and developer contributed tangible capital assets were received than budgeted. Lastly, you'll note that the district has realized a surplus of 24.4 million. The rationale behind the surplus is the legislated calculation for a balanced budget in the financial plan is calculated differently than the annual surplus in the financial statements. The financial plan recognizes sources and uses of funding that's not recognized in the consolidated statement of operations, including capital expenditures, borrowing proceeds, principal repayments on debt, and various transfers to and from reserves and provisions. The financial plan also estimates amortization on tangible capital assets. The recommended resolution is that the District of Squamish Council receive and accept the 2023 consolidated financial statements as presented by Financial Services on May 7th, 2024. Thank you for your time. This concludes the presentation. I'll now turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you. Council, any questions about what we've heard or anything you read in the package? We do have our auditor here as well. Councillor Stoner.
I have a minor question, but I am curious what happens to our grants in lieu of taxes. Where do they go once we receive them?
Thank you through the chair. The grants in lieu of taxes is handled as similar to property taxes. So they're just part of the overall revenue and expended as appropriate in the financial plan.
Our audited financial statements show, though, that we had received more grants in lieu of taxes than expected. So would that impact the taxation rate for the rest of the property taxes?
The taxation rate is established prior to the closing year end, so it would go into the general operating reserve and can be used as tax stabilization in the following year.
Councillor French?
Thanks, Chair. And this may be a question for another day. I'm going to venture it and see where it goes. One of the reserve funds caught my eye in the report that was sent to us called Vanoc Legacy, and it has just under $8,000 in it. Is this fund being held for anything in particular? And again, if this is an out of place question, it's not a priority.
Through the chair, that was a legacy fund that was appropriated during the Olympics. We'll have to get back to you if there's any restrictions around that. My belief is it's probably able to be consolidated into another reserve at this point.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we do have a recommendation from staff. Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, I'll move the staff recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor French. Would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, staff. I'm sure this is not a small amount of work. While it's a 5-minute presentation, I know it's poring over many, many numbers and consolidating the numbers into what are the highlights that we see. I know that that's not easy work. And thank you for all the work to do this new accounting standard. I'm sure that also was not a trivial piece of work, and I hope that that gets easier as we come through following years. So thanks very much for all the work, and I'm glad to see we're in good financial stead.
Thank you. Other comments? I'll be brief. Thank you for all the work, not only during the audit process, which I know is very involved, but setting us up in such a way that we can get through that process with an outcome like we've seen here. So yeah, thank you so much for all the work, and happy to support, and hopefully these as my colleague mentioned, anytime we add new standards and new as new procedures, and that's the lift. So hopefully from here things will level out in that regard, and this will continue to be just get it easier as we go. So thank you so much. I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. And now back to you, I think. Do we? We have, next up, I know we changed the agenda, moved around a little bit on us. Next, item 5 on our agenda is bylaws. So first 3 readings, Growing Communities Fund Grant Reserve Bylaw is where we are. So item 5A1.
For those of us in the community that may be just joining now, I'll reintroduce myself. My name is Rianne Sousa, and I'm the Director of Financial Operations at the district. To assist with addressing me, my pronouns are she and her. And I'm here today to present on the Growing Communities Fund Reserve Bylaw. In March 2023, the district received $6.285 million from the province of BC through the Growing Communities Fund. A condition of the grant is that the funds must be placed in a reserve established under Section 188 of the Community Charter. Presently, the Growing Communities Fund grant is being held in a provision, and therefore to meet the conditions of the grant, the district must establish a statutory reserve. The motion in front of council today is that the district give first 3 readings to the District of Squamish Growing Communities Fund Grant Reserve Bylaw number 3048/2024. This now concludes the presentation. I'll turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you very much. Question, Councillor Stoner, then French.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I'm just wondering if staff can speak to when we expect to be able to actually use these funds.
Thank you for the question through the chair. So the current financial plan has the Growing Communities Fund at 2.7 for the Public Works Building and 3.6 for the Brennan Park Phase 2. So when those expenditures get utilized, that's when we'll recognize it through the revenue.
Do we have an anticipated timeline for either of those?
It will be wholly dependent on construction timeline.
Thank you. Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. I think my question was answered, but I'll approach it a slightly different way. Will this money do anything to speed up timelines for either one or both of the projects that they're intended for?
We don't have Mr. Bragg on the line for this, but I would anticipate that that would be no, that this isn't additional funding. It is shoring up funding that was required.
Okay, and the staff report only mentioned Brennan Park and Public Works. Is that the case? It's just those two? There are no other projects this will fund?
That's correct.
Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, just on that point, though, as I read the bylaw, like our financial plan earmarks those projects, but from the bylaw, this reserve could, in theory, be used for anything that's consistent with the Growing Communities Fund parameters. And so we could, in theory, change our financial plan and thus allocate as long as it was still Growing Communities Fund consistent.
That is correct. The financial plan would need to be amended.
Okay. Any other questions on this item? Moved by Councillor Stoner, second by Councillor French. Comments?
Yeah, just briefly, I will support this, and we do obviously have the ability to do so through the province. I think my question in terms of timeline, one of the things that we were all really grateful for with the Growing Communities Fund was how quickly the province was able to move the money. So there was no application process. As a result, the province was really hopeful that we would spend the money really quickly. And here we are, like many communities, putting it in reserve for projects that were kind of on the list. So I think that's my only hesitation here, is it would be, I think, helpful to be able to say, we had this project that was shovel ready and we've put the money out the door. But both the Public Works facility as well as Brennan Park are really key components in our financial plan, so I'll support where we are. Thank you.
Good job on just getting those in before the cough. Councillor French, comments? No? Any other comments? Thank you. I'm speaking in favor of the motion. I think it's important to recognize that we all know that money has value, but having the secured funding and leveraging against that is using the money. We just haven't spent it yet. So we're doing both of those things with this approach, and I'm quite happy to see it as given certainty to those projects. And right now we need to hold it in this way to leverage it, to continue to leverage it to ensure that those projects get across the line. And then I know it will. I know we have it spent, and we'll get to that part of it after. So, bit of a two-part equation here. So, but yeah, happy to support. And with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. So, council, we find ourselves in the rare position of being slightly ahead. So, what I would like to do is we'll do a motion to but our next item 6 is a motion to close. So if I get a motion to close, Councillor Greenlaw, second by Councillor Stoner, all in favor. Motion carries, and we will now recess. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to the special business meeting for Tuesday, May 7th. We are now on to agenda item 7A1, the Squamish Marine Access Review, and it's here for final endorsement. We have staff to present, so I will turn it over to them to introduce themselves and take us through their presentation. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Sarah McJanet, Community Planner. I'm joined by Jonas Velanishkis, Senior Director of Community Development. And today we are very pleased to present the final refined edition of the Squamish Marine Access Review for endorsement of Council today. This is following the last round or a final call for comments in the fall of 2023. Secondly, our purpose, sorry, just one second. Secondly, council direction is requested to refer the Squamish Marine Access Review inputs and recommendations to the forthcoming Parks and Rec Master Plan update in 2025. And finally, to refer identified party actions to strategic planning for prioritization and future budget consideration through our due process. So the project's purpose, once again, to assess community ocean access needs to improve ongoing planning and coordination of marine access areas and infrastructure to enhance ocean access for all marine users while protecting our sensitive areas. The project was quite tactical in its focus and involved plans for accessibility, coordination, and management of existing, interim, and future proposed marine access points. And we also included a boat launch special study with recommendations as a core component of the work. The geographic review area included community water access points and infrastructure within the Mamquem Channel and Cattermole Slough. And also, this is an area that has the highest diversity of marine users and activity areas and a variety of water access points in a very compact channel, which warranted closer consideration. The Squamish River Estuary and the Spit, as well as Darrell Bay, are highly connected context areas that were considered in relation to the downtown core. So our project roadmap and staging was adapted over time. We did thorough multi-sector intergovernmental and public engagement, which took some time, and we were simultaneously juggling a lot of engagement in the community and tandem projects during this period. So it was 3 stages. Stage 1, mapping marine access and needs, was initiated actually way back in February of 2022. And we did major engagement that year in the spring. We brought engagement results and preliminary directions, including a boat launch situation report, to Council in April of 2022. Council provided initial comment, and then we did additional engagement. Stage 2 involved establishing a discussion draft with almost final mapping and recommendations in the spring. And then we brought that to Council last June for comment on the draft. And then we did the last round of community comments in the fall of 2023. So without further ado, where the yellow star is, we're here to present to inform the next steps going forward. As I mentioned, we did broad engagement, intergovernmental, key stakeholder groups, and more broadly with the community. We also grounded the project respecting an Indigenous land, marine use, and cultural context, and did a referral to Squamish Nation, and then broader engagement groups that we consulted with, environmental and stewardship, recreation, upland owners, leaseholders and water lot tenure holders, small craft harbor, public safety organizations, RCMSAR, marine tourism operators and marine businesses, water-based employment operators, and then also we engaged with accessibility advocates in the community, as well as marine industrial and employment and shipping and marine transportation services. So very broad. Over the arc of the project, we did significant engagement. We used a range of tools, communications and promotions and outreach. We had a dedicated project page on when we first launched Let's Talk Squamish. All told, I hosted 5 in-person pop-ups. We conducted 2 really detailed community surveys and also launched an online map tool. And all of that was promoted through e-news, direct outreach by email and telephone, social media, newspaper ads, poster displays, and flyers. So all told, the project drove over 460 new registrations to Let's Talk Squamish. And when I checked last month, we had hosted almost 4,000 site visits to the project page, which was fantastic. Final engagement activities that we did and wrapped up occurred in the fall of 2023. We issued a last call for the discussion draft on the Let's Talk Squamish page. I hosted 3 additional pop-ups in October and November. We also tried a quick poll on Let's Talk Squamish just to pose a couple questions about where it landed and did it meet the mark or hit the mark. And then we also hosted additional outreach and additional meetings and conversations with a number of groups to fill some gaps in information and knowledge. The final stage of engagement with community, the participation was minimal compared to what we saw in the first stage of the project. This may be due to reaching engagement saturation with the project and the community, also the timing of part 2 final engagement, and there was a lot of other municipal engagement on the go, including the the transportation master plan, as well as the budget. So, and we were also doing engagement around the Mamquam Blind Channel long-term maintenance strategy at the same time. So in addition, we connected to that project and will provide an update after this item in the agenda tonight. We also did some work around an advocacy letter to senior levels of government for marine access. So I have just a couple highlights that we want to present to council as part of this final edition. The stage 1 and stage 2 engagement summaries, of course, are embedded and linked in the final document. And so some of the highlights that you saw last June include the survey input and results. We saw very strong community participation. We had the 2 surveys, the community and recreation survey. We had over 347 people respond on that survey. And then also we had a distinct business and industry survey. We had 41 respondents to that. I still love this pie chart that shows the participation in age groups. So that was very much, we engaged ocean folk aged 11 to 82. So that was spectacular. And so we had a range of participants that were active. And we also posed a lot of questions around how they were engaging in the marine environment, what types of watercraft were they using, motorized versus non-motorized, what sectors on the business survey, what sectors were represented. So we had multi-sector representation in the business survey. The highest number was from arts, entertainment, and recreation. We had transportation and warehousing, accommodation and food service sector. 7% was representing agriculture and forestry and fishing, and then also from other sectors. So we had a range. What was interesting is 53% of the respondents were on the water daily, and 70% were motorized, 30% non-motorized. So this survey data still proves very valuable to us to better understand the community, its marine use, and some of the key challenges, priorities, and needs. So on the top themes that emerged, we heard clearly how vital ocean access is for our coastal community. We heard deep concerns about disruptions to waterfront access during the construction that we're experiencing. There's a growing demand on limited access areas. There's issues, congestion, derelict watercraft and vessels, impacts to sensitive marine areas from water-based activities, and also a really strong expression of concern about missing critical opportunity to secure access in both the interim and the long term. We also heard a strong need for a clear, holistic picture of marine access areas and planned infrastructure, and that was really the focus for the establishment of these marine reference maps to clearly communicate to the community, here's the existing, planned, and future infrastructure for marine access. And from there, we can also start to identify where the gaps are. On the marine access barriers, there were many. There was a general response around lack of marine access overall in the community. Parking emerged as a key aggravation, limited parking at marine access locations. The spit removal was occurring at the same time that this project was underway. So that received a lot of response, and a lot of concern around and a barrier being the lack of a formalized boat launch and current construction downtown, just sort of a limited understanding of where people can access marine locations at this point in time. Some additional marine access perspectives that we captured. There is a need for, and people were interested in seeing a better delineation of the navigation area, as well as greater awareness around boating safety and education. There was the note that navigation was generally safe, but however, concerns around the sediment accumulation in the channel was a major concern, as was marine debris and sunken vessels within various areas of our marine environment. There was concern and conversation around understanding the industrial use areas and ensuring those are demarcated, and similarly creating greater awareness for recreationalists in the community around these intensive industrial water-based activities. In terms of final inputs received in stage 2, we continued to engage closely with the boat launch advocacy group, who highlighted ongoing deterioration of the boat launch, issues with commercial barge traffic use of the private facility there, support for alternative launch site feasibility review, primarily at Darrell Bay, and also support for future amenities like the sailing center and the opportunity for exploring community space integration, and also the idea of marine hubs that was introduced in the discussion draft. We received requests for clarifications about the seaplane navigation areas in the Mamquemblind Channel and mapping clarifications for Site B, the intensive industrial site owned by Squamish Nation. So there was interest in seeing greater public education and awareness, and incorporating some annotations in the mapping. We also continue to engage and heard from, in the final call for comment, from recreational marine groups. There was a collaboration or a consortium, I don't know if that's the right word, between Squamish Yacht Club, the Squamish Paddle Club, and the Dragon Boat Association that came together to talk about and dream about a shared vision for a marine welcome center at Woonayuk Park, including facilities, programs, and events. So that was shared with us, which was really great to have that input. I also engaged more deeply with Marine Search and Rescue on their operational needs and priorities for marine safety, support space in terms of long-term moorage, parking, storage, and training space. And then also we worked closely with Squamish Harbor Authority, Tourism Squamish, and the Chamber on the advocacy letter that was sent to federal and provincial governments back in September. So that presents additional needs, priorities, and impacts for marine access within the community, in the Mamquemblind Channel in particular. Okay, so next I'm just going to run you through the deliverables, the final deliverables on this project. So the first is the finalization of the reference map series. You've got a copy and have seen this reference map set. It comprises 9 maps, which present this consolidated community marine access snapshot. So it highlights downtown lands and waters, our navigation area, managed areas and water and upland uses. So we've incorporated the marine zoning layers in that mapping for communication. And then we've also incorporated infrastructure. So we've got along the foreshore waterfront facilities and infrastructure. So we've got both existing as well as future planned infrastructure. We made some final corrections to the maps upon request. So we corrected Site B water lot or Site B lot boundaries and added annotations clarifying the extent of land and water lots owned by Squamish Nation and the operational activities. And we also received a request that the Stopmas to annotate that the Stopmas boat launch is a non-public facility. This is too hard to see, but in your document, and you can zoom into this, but by design, it's very comprehensive. We finalized a waterfront park inventory. This was presented last June as a draft. And so we finalized it and continued to truth out all of the content. It consolidates site-specific downtown waterfront development plans and provides a holistic picture of what's built and still yet to be finalized and determined. What is super exciting is that we have over 16 hectares of waterfront park assets downtown, of which 5 hectares currently exist. And soon to be open, we will have another 5 hectares of oceanfront park opening soon. And also, so this highlights how those waterfront park assets are integrated with coastal flood protection, habitat enhancement, and then also where they are connected to waterfront trail connectivity. And it clarifies a variety of public amenities and facilities to our current knowledge. And there are some areas where there are some facilities and amenities that are yet to be determined, and planning continues. So this has been super helpful. We added a location map that just shows the location of those waterfront parks more clearly for the community. And then we also added some nice images and renderings just to give a flavor of some of these areas that are about to open and are underway in continued planning. The third deliverable was the boat launch situation report compiled from survey results, interviews with the local grassroots boat launch community, or committee rather, and it describes the current state of launching in Squamish. So this has been a really core component of the work. We do not have a defined future location for motorized launching in the community. And so this is of concern and needs to be addressed in our ongoing planning. The community is concerned that there's limited opportunity remaining for integrating this type of access and facility within the community because of the associated land area that's involved in boat launching. And in the situation report, we learned that the current private launch facility sees a mix of motorized and non-motorized use throughout the year. It's used by recreational boaters and paddlers, commercial users, industrial operators for vessel launching, as well as project freight landing and launching via roll-on, roll-off smaller barges. The boat launch is the only location outside of the terminals that provides access for freight and cargo currently like that. It has a single lane launch. It's undersized for the number of people that want to use it. And it is also challenged because it is eroding and deteriorating over time. So this just provides an image of that current launch facility. In terms of location, it is certainly relatively convenient being in the downtown, and it's relatively sheltered from wind and wave. But the upland parking situation is very challenged because there is not very much parking, and there's a mix of privately owned land and road right-of-ways, making it very difficult to find a consolidated approach to resolving some of these parking issues. The community identified top priorities for improvements to the existing launch in the interim, so we captured that. as well as interest in future sites and locations within the community. The boat launch component of the Marine Access Review also includes launch site planning and design criteria. So I won't go into too much detail here. This is consistent with what was presented last June. No major changes at all to this section. Essentially, for a community of our size, our marine planning consultant had identified that a 2-lane facility at minimum with parking would be ideal, with a need for 0.7 to 0.8 hectares or 1.8 to 2 acres in upland area. In the Marine Access Review, there are 3 sites for future launch site exploration identified. They include Darrell Bay as the top runner and the most preferred location through the community input that we received. This would be exploration of a co-location of boat launching and could potentially also include barge access in the South Bay at Darrell Bay. The second site is on the west side of the Mamquam Blind Channel, and that is blocks 45 and 46. Looking for potential synergies with planned commercial node in the oceanfront subarea plan. And then finally, Site B was also noted, and it came up in the community engagement that we hosted as something to explore where there may be synergies with Squamish Nation and the long-term comprehensive planning that they are doing for Stopmas and Site B. So we also have put together some tables there with the final recommendations in the Marine Access Review, and they're also noted in the executive summary. So the recommendations, largely similar to what you had seen back in June, they've been refined and organized in 3 categories. The first, marine access information and education. The second category is community blueway network development. And the third category of recommendations is downtown marine use planning and management. We have added relative priority and suggested some timing for actioning recommendations, and also including key departments to be engaged for future work planning. This, of course, has to be subject to further prioritizing and resourcing within our strategic planning. And so the council motion today reflects that that would be the process to take these recommendations and bring them into our strategic planning. So I'll just run through 3 slides that summarize the recommendations, and then we'll close it out. On marine access information and education, the cluster of recommendations here include maintaining and displaying these Marine Access Review marine reference maps publicly, so they're available to community. That's immediate and ongoing. Documenting waterfront park construction periods and working with developers and landowners to communicate short-term parking and staging sites for interim parking and wayfinding access in the community. This is already happening, I'm pleased to say. Third recommendation, budgeting for design and installing educational signage at key marine access sites. This would be something that we would work to do over the next 3 to 5 years, subject to budget. And then also we recommend expanding the district's responsible recreating guide online to include a marine lens, to publish information about marine regulations, safety, and resources for marine conditions. We've already been working with Squamish Nation and Transport Canada and Marine Search and Rescue around the types of content that would be really important and the resources for marine users. That's something for the short term in the next 1 to 3 years. And then also finally engaging with the province and Squamish Nation on least impact marine recreation access points and necessary signage in the Swelwalam Squamish estuary. And this is something that was raised by marine users, also by Squamish Nation and recreationalists looking for where just that confirmation of where is the least impact area to access the ocean from the estuary. Okay, and then in the second category, Community Blueway Network Development, there are 3 recommendations forwarding the marine access needs to advance planning for blueways in our forthcoming Parks and Rec Master Plan update. We identify blueways in our original Parks and Rec plan, but they're not super developed. So with this work, there's a great opportunity to advance that and really focus in on key revitalization of Rose Park, confirming the long-term use and design and integration of Wunayak Park in our park network, the Squamish Oceanfront Sailing Center integration, and also the South Park at Sea and Sky, how that will integrate the marine inputs and marine access priorities that the community has identified. We also want to identify and integrate the concept of marine adventure hubs within the community in the next 3 to 5 years, and start to embed universal accessibility guidelines for marine access and facilities for docks. We are relying on great examples out there, like City of Vancouver has some guidelines, and I think we can create some Squamish specific ones. So that was also identified. And finally, for downtown marine use planning and management, we have 6 recommendations that are clustered here. One is related to the marine Mamquam Blind Channel maintenance strategy work. So to continue to advocate for senior funding and partnership opportunities to advance channel maintenance in the next 3 to 5 years. So continue to work to get some answer around possible funding streams that we could explore. Prioritizing planning for siting and securing a permanent multi-ramp boat launch facility in the community is a key recommendation coming out of the boat launch situation report and recommendations. There is the action or the recommendation around investigating boat launch and barge ramp feasibility and future integration in identified sites, including Darrell Bay. And as council is aware, in the financial plan currently, we do have a next piece of work around that exploration at Darrell Bay with budget assigned for this year. And that work will get started after Endorse, after we complete the marine access review. We also have a recommendation around examining and supporting community land leasing or licensing on a short-term basis to support cost-neutral interim parking and access solutions. So that's working with landowners in the vicinity of the boat launch to find some interim solutions to relieve some of the struggles that are there. But as council highlighted for us last June, there's interest in ensuring that that's very much a cost neutral and to not consider it was just basically a caution around investment when that may or may not be the future long-term site for launching in the community. Finally, there's a couple more action or recommendations, examining and engaging on options for integrating long-term infrastructure and support space for marine transportation safety in the community. So this would be working with organizations like Squamish Marine Search and Rescue and the Harbor Authority around supporting infrastructure, fuel dock, secure moorage, support spaces, storage, etc. And then last but not least, we have continuing to work with Windsport users on seasonal transportation plans for Pepahem. This is this new name for Spit Island in order to confirm a long-term accessible boat shuttle staging location. This is also recommended as a something that we help to support in tandem with our marine access planning. And then finally, we have a recommendation linked to integrating the marine access review engagement inputs and needs and priorities as part of a future marine sector impact study. This study is identified as something that would be grant fund dependent and help the community through our sector work to assess sector strengthening opportunities related to the marine economic, related to marine economic activity. Okay, so this is just the final slide here. In summary, the Marine Access Review supports an array of strategic directions outlined in our Marine Actions Strategy that was completed in 2020. considering safe and effective access to coastal waters, supporting marine commercial recreation and business opportunities, supporting water-dependent and marine industry access, and planning for appropriate marine and marine-related infrastructure, amenities, and facilities, and ensuring that our public waterfront is safe and accessible for all. So with that, we have some recommendations that I've just highlighted here. The three key main motion recommendations that the committee endorsed the final District of Squamish Marine Access Review dated April 2024, that we refer the inputs and recommendations gathered as part of the Squamish Marine Access Review to the district's future Parks and Rec Master Plan update in 2025, and finally to direct staff to refer additional priority actions identified in the Squamish Marine Access Review to the strategic plan process for further prioritization and budget consideration. Thank you. That was a lot, and I will pause now and welcome your questions. Thank you.
It was a lot of good things happening there. Good job getting through it all. Yeah, thank you for your work on this on this initiative, and for making that a lot into a short enough presentation for us today. I'll turn it over to council now for questions on this. Councillor French.
Thank you, Mayor. It seems to me that the Squamish-Lillooet Regional District could potentially play a larger part in our waterfront. Howe Sound is of significant importance to the southern part of Area D in the regional district, which has significant foreshore. So I'd like to hear thoughts, if staff have any, as we move this forward. What part, if any, could the SLRD play in advancing this work?
Thank you for the question. Certainly, the regional district has been focused on marine infrastructure and access in the southern part of the region. We have seen that focus around specific, master plan developments in Britannia, for instance. The SLRD hasn't been engaged as an intergovernmental kind of partner in this work. They're aware of the work that's happening. But in the future, we can definitely look for opportunities where there may be interest for facilities. One of the interesting insights that came out of the stage 1 engagement surveys was that within Squamish, boat building, refit, and repair business have a very much regional business base. So there's a lot of people coming from outside of Squamish to have their boats repaired in Squamish and put in and out of the water. So that was an interesting insight. And I think certainly on that front, we would be interested in understanding what is that regional component to the need around and the activity at the boat launch. I'm not sure. We did have some visitor engagement through the marine surveys, but we don't actually have a sense of how many people are coming from outside of Squamish to launch boats in town. So that might be something interesting that we might deep dive on in future.
Okay. And there's currently $25,000 in this year's budget dedicated to boat launch investigation. And I wonder if you could refresh our memory on what the intended use of that money is, desired results of spending that money, and timeline around that 25,000.
On that budget item for investigating the opportunity and the feasibility of boat launching in Darrell Bay, that is a $25,000 item. We will be doing detailed scoping following the completion of this piece of work with the Marine Access Review. Staff see that as a largely technical exercise. So the intention there is to bring on marine and coastal engineering specialization and expertise to basically understand the feasibility and the design of and the potential design and the ability to co-locate boat launch there. There's also engagement that will be involved with the Ministry of Transportation and Highways, because that area is under the ministerial order and under the sort of the jurisdiction of MODI. So there will be an engagement component, but it's largely a technical exercise. As to timing, we are waiting to complete this piece of work. Then we'll move on and we'll have to go out to an RFP to bring on that specialized expertise to help us. As to timing, we hope that it's a sort of a distinct and compact piece of work, but we'll have to get back to you on the timing.
I think I have one more. I've been reminded, and it's a good thing because either I missed it or it's completely slipped out of my mind. The idea of possible leasing of land for parking in the current location of the boat launch. Can you refresh our memory on that? Is that happening? Is it a current discussion?
Thank you for the question. Yes, in the Marine Access Review, it has been identified the challenges and the struggles for boat launching in town. We've spent a lot of time down there observing what's happening and speaking and engaging directly with the many landowners that have lands in the vicinity of the boat launch. As council is aware, the Harbor Authority manages the water lot, but on the upland side, it's all private land, and there's some municipal road right of way. So there are multiple landowners, and they're all struggling and dealing with a lot of garbage, abandoned trailers, vessels in various states. So there's significant stuff to deal with there. There's also the BCR right of way, and so it is very challenging. The role that staff have been playing to date has been understanding what the challenges are, looking for bringing landowners together to have conversation, also with the Squamish Yacht Club and the Harbor Authority manager. So looking for solutions, community-based solutions. We have not, I will highlight for council in the budget, there is a modest amount that's highlighted for community supports for community land leasing in the budget, but it's not until 2025. So there's no quick answers there, unfortunately. There's also, I will say that through the oceanfront planning and for our transportation network, there is additional work that's happening around intersection design at Vancouver and Loggers and Galbraith. And so we're trying to understand what is the future design for that area so that any interim solutions don't hamstring us in future when we're trying to work through the actual intersection design. Some of the other additional challenges there are just the extent of the intersection. It's on the truck route, and we're about to open the Oceanfront Park. So we're working closely with engineering, bylaw, and landowners to try and understand what the best approach is there.
Great. Mayor, through you, I just want to thank a few people because this is a monster file and it's hard work. And it's a file that has been contributed to by patient and respectful residents who have constructively added to the work that our staff has done. So I want to thank folks like Trevor and Rich who help me better understand what's going on down there so I can ask intelligent questions and get important information out of our staff. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to go to Councillor Anderson, then Stoner, and then Hamilton.
Thank you. Ms. McJanet, this report concerning motorized launch facility circumstances and considerations is really very thorough. Lots to learn here. I'll just list some of the areas that you've covered. No defined, planned, and secured location for motorized vessel launching, a launch facility and parking integration, limited opportunities for that in certain parts of our waterfront, downtown peninsula. You've got a list of siting criteria, costs and benefits, and all these considerations that also would apply to ferries, a ferry terminal. Now, we don't address ferry terminals in this, or passenger ferries in this report. Of course, this is a topic. It comes back again and again for Howe Sound, and it is currently an active topic, and it should be of interest to us. So where do we take that topic now? I'm not suggesting that we rewrite this report, but is there an opportunity perhaps in the upcoming or unfolding transportation master plan? The last version did give attention to intermodal considerations. Can we take this up so that we're prepared for opportunities with ferries, fast ferry, and the new technologies that exist today and that are being discussed in Howe Sound?
Thank you for the question. Sorry, can you hear me okay? I feel like I have to get a lot closer because my binder is so big.
I think the levels are just fine.
There we go. Thank you for the question on marine transportation services. Certainly in the marine zoning work that we did several years ago, we identified marine transportation service, passenger ferry, water taxis, this type of activity, larger vessels as well as being a core part of that marine M2 zone within the community. So we acknowledged that important use. It is correct that we don't have any specific sites identified right now for an expansion of or marine transportation service or ferry use. There is an opportunity to address this within the marine transportation plan. I did check on the status of the transportation master plan work to inquire as to whether or not this matter had been identified within that scope of work, and identified that that has come up in the engagement with the transportation master plan in terms of supporting future passenger ferry service. The intention, I understand from our engineering team, is that they are looking to include recommendations that transportation that marine passenger ferry transportation be considered to ensure that there's adequate support of future ferry service and also all of the components that go along with that. So ensuring that there's adequate parking, bike and vehicle, transit connectivity, and essentially integration of suitable transportation facilities with anything that is identified in the future. To date, it has highlighted the Darrell Bay Ferry Terminal, but there's an opportunity to broaden that to consider any other future passenger ferry type uses within the downtown. I just want to highlight, though, that the scope for the transportation master plan is not to investigate a future ferry location. It's totally beyond the scope of the transportation plan, but certainly identifying the types of facilities and services and connectivity with that use in future can be looked at.
Thank you. Of course, our ferry terminal for 20 years, not so long ago, was at the foot of Main Street. My other question concerns the marine sector impact study that we've been discussing for a couple of years as council and with staff. It is referenced a couple of times in the report. And there's also a highlighting of our core enabling sectors and our emergency sectors and the relative stake they have in our marine planning. And it's clear that our core and enabling sectors, transportation, forestry, wood products, and tourism, have a huge stake. So my question is, because I've seen various descriptions of our intentions with a marine sector impact study, can staff give an update as to what the scope of that study may be, and in particular with respect to those sectors that do have such a dependence on our marine planning and waterfront? Thank you.
Through to council. So at the very end of the marine access review, we do have a note around the marine sector impact study work that has been identified through our economic development work and team. The intention, just to clarify, the intention of that marine impact study would be to look at the marine sector within the community and look at basically the profile of that marine sector, and provide an in-depth review of sector needs, impacts, and then future opportunities arising from marine economic activities within the community. Right now, in terms of scoping, there is no detailed scope that we have for council at this point in time. It would be to be developed. And as mentioned, it would be dependent on resourcing and prioritization and finding some available grant funding to support that work. The economic development staff and team in our discussions have highlighted that a very holistic approach would be taken for this marine sector work. And it would include some of these additional sectors. So that's the interesting thing about the marine. It sort of touches so many of these other sectors, including forestry and shipping and transportation, a lot of those other sectors. So staff would be bringing a scope of work to council before initiating that process in future.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, I have Councillor Stoner and then Hamilton.
Thank you. Through the chair, a few questions, and the first one may be a very silly one. But in the report, it speaks to the kind of shared visioning document that was presented by the Squamish Marine Access Collaboration Group. I was curious if you can speak to any integration between that and the ongoing sailing center work at the oceanfront, and if there's any tie-in there.
Great question. As far as I know, they're very distinct. There's distinct work happening going on. So with the Sailing Center, there's work happening with Sailing BC and working with Matthews West to explore what that future facility will be. We know that there's interest in integration of additional community users and groups, similar to when we engaged with Sailing BC. They highlighted some other common examples like the Jericho Sailing Center and I think it's the Hollyburn Sailing Club, where there is additional access and some great synergies with local groups. And I do know that there is some overlap between people that are participating, but they are distinct. And the second piece was the Squamish Yacht Club, the Paddle Club, and the Dragon Boat crew. They are really keen to get together and dream and identify some exciting opportunities that they would love to see as part of our Mamquam Channel waterfront. And so they came together, kind of self-organized, and provided that input to the process. So I think they're distinct, but there's some overlap.
That's helpful context. Thank you. And I very much appreciate the enthusiasm and want to support it. I just want to make sure that it ends up somewhere where ideally those grand visions can actually be realized within the context. So hopefully we can continue to rely on those folks who are in both conversations to cross-pollinate. My second question was building on Councillor French's question about I think it's recommendation 3.3. So examining and support community land leasing, licensing on a short-term basis, and appreciate that this is a complex issue. And I think you explained that very well. But I am curious. So there's this modest amount of money in the 2025 budget. If that money was available in 2024, could we move it forward?
Staff don't have a firm ability to commit to that work this year. Some of the challenges that have come up include the additional requirements to help support kind of safety and access. In terms of that $10,000, what we've identified, it's a very modest amount. Some of it would be required for cleanup and then also for enforcement. Because of the area and there's so much traffic and also derelict vehicles and vessels without active enforcement, it becomes very hard to maintain that area. So it's not just about some, physical infrastructure and signage and cleanup. It's also that enforcement piece. So we can't commit to being able to do that work this year.
Okay, and just to follow up on that a little bit, so in the final report, recommendation 3.2, which is the prioritized planning for siting and securing of a permanent multi-ramp boat launch, and the 25,000 that we have in the budget is on the same timeline as that other recommendation. And knowing that we're operating with limited staff capacity on this file overall, I'm just curious if you can speak to why we've prioritized kind of what feels like more of a medium planning as opposed to trying to provide at least an interim solution to the community that would feel a little bit more tangible. I think I'm cognizant here that we've developed a plan that makes recommendations to refer it to a plan that'll be starting in 2025. And that feels challenging to me at this point. So I'm just wondering if we can unpack that a little bit.
I'll do my best. Thank you for the question. In terms of the resourcing that's involved between interim land leasing and helping to support and facilitate some solutions there, as mentioned, it's not just a matter of like some planning staff time. It involves public works, engineering, public safety. So there's a whole sort of suite of additional staff departments that are involved in that. The initiating and engaging a consultant to do the work for the Darrell Bay boat launch feasibility assessment is largely outsourced with that fund, with less involvement, or not to say less involvement, but it's not as much of a heavy lift across a whole suite of municipal departments and staff.
That's helpful. Thank you. My third question was just around the timing of the recommendations in section 2. So the proposal is that the 2.3 create and embed universal accessibility guidelines for marine access facilities and docks is kind of on the 3 to 5 year time frame, but the incorporation of the recommendations out of this document into the Parks and Rec Master Plan is in the 1 to 3 year time frame. And it feels like those universal guidelines should be done first, just in terms of, we know that even through the work that we're doing through Canoic Park, when we account for the accessibility factors, it usually means we need more space and more budget. And so I'm just wondering if you can speak to the timeline of getting those done in advance of the Parks and Rec Master Plan, or the impact that that might have.
Currently, the Parks and Rec Master Plan is already in the budget and being resourced for the 2025. So that is just a year away. So getting that going and as part of that more comprehensive review will be important. The accessibility guidelines is kind of a smaller, distinct piece of work. We are already incorporating best practice and accessibility in the built environment design guidelines to the best of our ability within current projects and development review. So that's already happening, but there was less urgency around creating sort of some formalized guidelines. I think that's definitely something that we want to do, but it wasn't as important as bringing in some of these bigger kind of questions and pieces into the Parks and Rec Master Plan. But I think it's important to recognize too that there is some fluidity, and when we go through strategic planning, we can look at the whole suite of recommendations in a holistic way and sort of tease out what the sequencing and what works best. And if there may be some low-hanging fruit that we can complete and get done. But yeah, without being in that strategic planning and space, it's a little bit harder to speak to.
Then one more quick one. Just looking at map 7, appreciate the request that came from Squamish Nation to clarify that the waterfront access at Stotmas is non-public. It still is quite difficult to see. So I'm wondering if we can either make a change to the color of the icon and or the perimeter boundary of Stotmas, make it orange, which would align with no public access or restricted. Just to really help kind of clarify, if you were to do a glance at the map, that's not a publicly accessible facility.
Thank you for the suggestion and just the observation. We can definitely increase the point size on the text very easily. The colors of the lines are a little bit more challenging, but I will do my best to figure that out. Consistently, Stop-Miss as a community boundary has been similarly, I cannot speak. It has been consistently presented and across all the maps. So we were trying to maintain that across the whole map series.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Councillor Hamilton, then Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks very much. So I'm struggling with the boat launch. It seems like the rate of deterioration of our existing boat launch is outstripping whatever the future. I think that planning towards the future of a boat launch at Darrell Bay sounds like a great idea. It sounds like that's a long way away. Whenever the word MODI is used in a planning, I think, okay, long way away. Do we have is there any scope to find an interim solution? Or that's what I'm not understanding, how we're going to find an interim solution, because I see this becoming a deeper and deeper challenge for our community, and our community getting more and more frustrated by it until the 10 or 15-year horizon where Darrell Bay might come to existence.
Thank you. I appreciate the question. Certainly, it's definitely a challenging situation. The existing boat launch is a privately held facility. And so to date, we have highlighted the challenges. We have not made recommendation formally to invest or allocate funds in a significant way in terms of repair of the existing facility. Council comment and direction last June was cautionary around that because of the need to, I guess, the significant effort and investment that would be required. We have been identifying or sort of following in the community to see what kind of community-based solutions can be found. But the question of that facility and the district including that larger facility in a community land lease has not been presented to date. Jonas, I don't know if you have anything more to add to that.
Through the mayor, the only thing I would add is that I think we're moving as capacity allows us at this point. We're doing the pre-design or the conceptual design first, which will allow us to get further on scoping this project, and then council will have to perhaps at some point make a decision whether this is something that the district should take on, as a service, marine access for a boat launch. But I think at this point we're taking all the steps we can to see if a new boat launch can be created. And as Ms. McJanet pointed out, it's not our facility, so we can't really make a recommendation to invest in it at this point.
Yeah, I fully respect. I'm personally of the opinion that we shouldn't be putting major public funds into private land without something. That doesn't seem responsible to me. A question about, and this is my lack of understanding on boat launch facilities. In this evening's meeting, we've got a memo that speaks to the PDA for the oceanfront park and the oceanfront area that says the sailing center, the provision of the sailing center to include a drive-to boat launch, temporary parking area, et cetera, et cetera. So I understand that a fully planned out motorized boat launch contains parking area for the trailers, preferably 2 lanes. But if our existing boat launch, or if a boat launch was single lane, small, just accessible by motorized vehicles, and then the drivers can figure out their trailer parking elsewhere. If you're in Squamish, you can launch your boat, drive your trailer home or wherever you park your trailer and come back. Not convenient, but possible. Is that a use that can be facilitated at the sailing center or the proposed sailing center?
Thank you for the question. Through council, the sailing center facility, as it's been conceptualized and identified in the phase development agreement, has always included this idea of basically a drive to, and maybe the wording is a little bit misleading. It's basically a ramp that allows for dinghies to be backed down into the water. It's primarily for small craft sailboats. It doesn't, with the overall master development plan, the road network, and the waterfront pathway, that facility and how it's embedded in the oceanfront has never been designed for larger scale 25-foot plus recreational boats and larger boats with the circulation space. So that what we tried to do in our waterfront parks and inventory was to differentiate larger kind of boat launching, like public boat launches, from essentially the ramp that is being planned as part of the Oceanfront Sailing Center. So they're quite distinct and different. Hope that helps to clarify.
Is it unimaginable or impossible for that facility to be upgraded to potentially launch larger motorized boats without parking, without the upland parking?
What we've presented in the Marine Access Review is on the design criteria is that nexus between the boat launch itself and then the required circulation space and access on the upland. So that's the 1.8 to 2 acre kind of area, even for like a single or, just a 2-lane essentially. That is not something that is able to be accommodated within the development plan at the oceanfront. And based on the zoning, the master development plan, it's very land intensive, and it hasn't been integrated in that way. So we've been looking at alternative exploration of other sites.
Okay, thank you. Next I have Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. A couple things, and maybe I'll pick up. So, we've seen with the current boat launch some real risk, again, partly due to damage, but also because people, I gather, are parking there, maybe getting on a ferry and going somewhere to work, but taking up the space and effectively blocking it from use. And when I think about, we've identified 3 key sites for a boat launch and so on. And so given the sort of immediacy of the current problems, and we know we've identified some favorite sites, is it possible, or is there a reason why we wouldn't take that $25,000 and use it to secure parking and a bit of enforcement to, at the very least, try and minimize some of the damaging use of, I get the launch is not ours, but some of the parking road right-of-way is, and maybe we could secure that. And then, at least secure what access we can for more community use of that boat launch. And would that be a better way to, in the short term, given everything else where all the competing factors, to kind of get through the next couple of years?
Thank you for the question. The recommendations that we put forward have been more modest, supportive action around supporting solutions for the boat launch with the private landowners and the organizations that are involved there. I think one of the reasons we did that was because to spend a larger amount upfront for a solution that may not be a good location for the launch in the long term, we wanted to support that longer term view and effort to start to look at the feasibility of Darrell Bay primarily as the front runner for that site, for the boat launch site. So that was a recommendation that was made last June and supported around the table. We didn't hear a lot of kind of divergent recommendation around that, but if council wants to reopen that discussion, certainly we are here to support further discussion on that.
Okay, I'll just flag that as that's an area of uncertainty for me. I think we didn't have some of the use and damage, or at least I didn't have an awareness of it. So it seems to me the context and the immediacy of the current launch is different than when we spoke last June, from my perspective. And you know, I'm not talking about investing in the launch itself. It's just, you know, securing some of the parking and protecting what access we can, as opposed to investment. But I'll leave that there for now. In the report, there's a fair bit of discussion around the, you know, ecological, environmental values, user conflicts, the van and vessels, and a number of things that are sort of areas of interest or concern. And then on the other side, desire for more access. And presumably one of the benefits of limited access is you're not exacerbating those other problems. And as soon as we get more access, all those other problems get bigger. And I'm not sort of understanding or seeing a clear relationship. So, you know, as I read the report, it seems to imply if we could get a 20-lane boat launch with, you know, 100 acres of parking, we'd want to do that. But actually looking at these other things, I'm not sure we would. So I guess my question is, how are we understanding the right size of both motorized and non-motorized access? So not just the launch, but the sailing center and so on, all this access we want to add in consideration of these other sort of competing factors. Like, how are we balancing those?
Through council, there's such a diversity of marine access opportunities and infrastructure that the community is looking to see, from very small, you know, paddleboard or kayak put-ins to much larger motorized vessel activity. So it's that balancing point in terms of all those various uses and where they can reasonably occur. We have a lot of areas, for example, in the estuary. It's a great example where it's a managed area for wildlife protection, but it's very high interest and a beautiful place for people to recreate. Those values and human use pieces are very much recognized in the estuary master plan, but the idea there for that is to really help support and designate areas and infrastructure that is least impact, so that we can focus recreation on the recreation side, focus recreation there. On the balance point with the larger infrastructure, like a more major boat launch, definitely there's a high demand. We identified the demands and the use of the boat launch through the surveys that we conducted. And certainly we know that the community and the region may be looking for even larger boat launch facility. But whether or not that can actually reasonably be accommodated in town, there's the upland and the on-land component, but then there's also the all of the diverse uses and things that are happening in the waterway that we have to also pay attention to. And for safety and for habitat protection, you know, we have seen increasing boat use within the community, jet skis, recreational boats, and then also commercial use as well. The pandemic was really interesting because a lot of people ended up staying local, and really we started to see additional uses. So it is that balance point. And I don't have all the answers. I think through the Parks and Rec master plan around additional work around specific facilities, we can better determine like what is the best fit and the right size of these facilities, and where within the community do we want to focus the most activity where it's least impact. There will be certainly places that we're going to want to not support additional access just because it's too sensitive or for other factors. So.
Yeah, just a two-parter on the recommendations. So I appreciate that. And yeah, I guess going forward for me, it would be helpful to understand sort of I guess that community demand for more access isn't the only factor in terms of the size of some of these things. It's those other competing things, and just sort of understanding how these relate when we are making decisions. Recommendations, the Blue Way section doesn't speak to the Sea to Sky Marine Trail. Is that sort of embedded or assumed or irrelevant in that area?
Thank you so much. Yes, the Sea to Sky Marine Trail is established already. Certainly, we are currently looking at how best to improve signage and awareness. Squamish Feather Park is actually the designated Sea to Sky Marine Trail. It's on the trail. It's kind of like the terminus. And so we were just looking at the mapping yesterday. So we're trying to incorporate that signage. But the trail itself or the marine sites around Howe Sound are not part of our, they would be recognized within the Parks and Rec Master Plan update, acknowledged. But there's no active planning that we're doing. That's Rec Sites and Trails BC and the nation who have been doing the planning around those sites.
Okay, and then thank you. Part B of my recommendation section, in the Section 3 Downtown Marine Use Planning and Management, I didn't see a reference to the biosphere or consistency with the biosphere. And is that something that we could or should add, or is that again implied in this work already somehow?
Thank you so much. The biosphere logo and recognition is in the contextual front end of the Marine Access Review at the front end. So it's very much recognized. That's part of our MOU with the Biosphere Society, is that kind of proud designation recognition. So we've added that for sure. It's just not recognized, or it's not named in any of the recommendations. But the MOU that we have with the Biosphere identifies where we're working together and different commitments around the biosphere.
Thank you. I have a couple questions myself before I go back around, and I've got Councillor Stoner next. I was reflecting on, as we're building up towards getting Squamish Feather Park coming online in particular, thinking about how marine access is going to change and how the view of the community as a mountain town is to most of us is going to change to the oceanfront community that we have been the whole time, but we have this access. So earlier in your presentation, you spoke to the just the magnitude of change there as far as the parks that are coming online that will facilitate more access. So I was happy to see, so because of those things, I was happy to see the recommendation under access and information section of your recommendations, particularly 1.4, which is expand the district's responsible recreating guide to include a marine lens and publish information about marine regulations. Happy Safe Boating Month of May, everybody. So what's the timeline for that? And to me, this is an incremental change sort of over time. How ready are we for that? I'm happy to see that it's here, but it gives me some concern that we're still, I'm worried about it lagging too far, because the change is rather like flipping a switch or cutting a giant ribbon or whatever the process is for the park opening. So can you speak to that particular piece and the timing and what that work actually looks like?
For sure. Thank you for the question. It's so exciting, this opportunity for the park opening, and it's very, very much catalyzing a lot of discussion and review of signage. What are the key messages for community in terms of use of marine areas, expectations, what our regulations are on the safety front? You know, what's the core content around just cautions and such. So we are integrating content in signage. We can, and our communications team currently is updating information to integrate with our website where we identify, where we identify responsible recreating. And so we're looking at opportunities to add that marine lens in there. But first and foremost, we're really focused on the signage pieces that are going to be integrated at the Oceanfront Park for the water sports beach, for the main beach. We've also been looking at integrating signage and safety content for responsible marine recreating at the end of the Spit Road. So through the Central Estuary Restoration Project and our work with the nation, Squamish River Watershed Society, and the province. There's some additional content that we'd like to do for updating the Tiampo Park sign kiosk out there. And yeah, so it's all in motion, but there is going to be a lot of education. Also, Squamish Marine Search and Rescue is doing an amazing job out on the water. They are doing a lot of community engagement and education as well. So we can also help to amplify those organizations that are providing that kind of important community education.
Thank you. And related to that is we talked earlier about what the sailing center launching facilities aren't. I think that was pretty clear. I wonder around, is that envision, I'm thinking about more access points and communicating those access points for non-motorized for appropriate vessels, I suppose is a way to say it. Like, what can that do? And what will that be able to accommodate? And will we be able to take some of the load off the existing facility by promoting that use, whether it's hand launching, I don't know, sea kayaks or stand-up paddle boards, or I don't know, whatever it can accomplish?
Through the work that we've done around the marine access reference mapping, this is a key tool and resource for the community to understand exactly what facilities are existing and also planned for across all these different waterfront sites, as well as the inventory. So we're using these tools as the primary means by which we communicate that. I'm not sure if I caught the second part of your question, or fully, if you could clarify, that would be
Well,
helpful.
I guess it's like, to what degree will that, in your assessment, will that help sort of the overcrowding and so on, like take some of the load? I know it's not, I don't imagine that to be, 70% of the load and we'll be fine. But like, is that an impactful, getting that operating and the types of activities we expect to see there, will realizing that have how much of a positive effect on what's there? Like, I'm just trying to understand what the crowding or the sort of over subscription to that one access point looks like.
Good question. I think that with the whole overall waterfront park network, we will see kind of dispersed, or like different types of marine access opportunities across all these different waterfront parks and sites. The Oceanfront Park opening is going to relieve a lot of pressure currently on marine access. So that's really exciting for the sailing center. It's going to be more focused around sailing activities, but I think there is an interplay between all of these different waterfront parks and sites, and it will sort of depend on users, affiliations, and also specific needs and storage and access and all that. So I'm doing my best to answer, but I think it's going to be
That's it. The fact that it'll help me, I'll
Yes.
take that. It's
Yeah.
hard to turn these things into
certainly when the
percentages.
Oceanfront Park closed for construction, we saw kind of this these challenges where people had nowhere to go, and it's going to be difficult also because around staging with Woonayak Park, which will be initiating construction on that site, so marine access will be shut down there for a little while. So thankfully, the Oceanfront Park will be open soon. So that will provide a huge relief.
Okay, so I guess my last question is, in general, as the situation evolves, what's the mechanism to ensure that this plan is still relevant, or that, emerging issues, once we actually get these things in place, some new, I'm sure, likely new challenges will emerge, and new priorities potentially. So how do you see this being those types of things being addressed through this piece of work?
Through council, the Marine Access Review is a distinct scoped piece of work to help support a lot of these other areas of planning and activity, development review, all the rest. Unless we at a future time resource kind of an update or another review, we don't have any plans right now to continue kind of making this like an evergreen access piece. With the exception of these marine access maps, we've made a recommendation to continue to maintain these types of reference maps for community education. But certainly through the Parks and Rec Master Plan update, there will be an opportunity to embed a bunch of this work, do further engagement, and continue to advance marine access considerations in all of our work. It's really trying to kind of focus in on that lens of access and then and I just want to highlight for council at this point, we have not planned further work on the Marine Access Review document. We are aiming to close out this project and move forward with some of the other recommendations.
Okay, thank you. And that makes sense to me to embed that this is informing this other work, and the recommendations will get embedded in other documents and then actions, which is the most important piece. So thank you for that. I'll go to Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Yeah, just one final question in terms of the current situation at the boat launch and the role that we've been playing in terms of kind of convener. I'm just curious if there's been any interest, capacity, or availability for existing interests, whether they're nonprofits, the private landowners, to get together and kind of do that work on their own. So the district doesn't necessarily need to be there. We actually don't have any land. So what's the opportunity for a third party of some sort to play that kind of parking and enforcement if there was a private landowner who was interested in donating that land on a temporary basis?
Just in terms of private parties coming together, a great example where we were helping to, through the engagement on the Marine Access Review, north of the Vancouver Street right-of-way near the Harbor Authority, that is a great example where the landowners and the Harbor Authority and the Yacht Club have come together and basically initiated work to clean up the upland area with the blessing of the landowners there and take a more active role. Certainly, staff played a role in helping to in the engagement, bring people together and kind of crystallize some of the ideas and, talk through some of the solutions, certainly because we have a road right-of-way there and the Vancouver Street road right-of-way that goes right to the government wharf. So we're at the table, we're part of those discussions as well. But certainly there's nothing stopping owners from coming together or individually providing some parking solutions. Also, we've had discussion around paid parking or parking areas that there's no free ice cream, there's no free parking. And a lot of communities do have paid launch and paid parking in the vicinity of or as part of their boat launching facilities. So that's certainly an opportunity to manage.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Pettingill and just Councillor, I just want to remind everyone we have the staff recommendations around this. I think the conversation today has highlighted the importance of this work, but we're also trying to get to an endorsable point for this. So I just want to get everyone's mind turning towards that piece, but I'll go to Councillor Pettingill next.
Yeah, and just sort of trying to stretch towards that. And to my colleague's point, like I would like to approve this, but I would also like to maintain the flexibility because, from my perspective, some of the issues around the boat launch have come since we last saw this. It sounds like there's maybe some desire to do a few things, maybe put that $25,000 to use and may have a few knock-on effects to what's in here. But if we approve this as is, does that sort of shut the door on considering those sort of more short-term, sort of, I guess, agile fixes, I'll call them for lack of a better word, or would we need to add something to the resolution to give staff that ability to sort of have some flexibility to address some of the immediate things?
Through council, just looking for clarification, is the question about pivoting away from the budgeted amount for exploring launch feasibility at Darrell Bay at this point in time and taking a different approach?
Sort of. I guess I'm not really prepared to make that specific recommendation on the fly here, but I would sort of like to approve this in a way that leaves that door open. And if in a subsequent conversation we decided, yes, it does make sense to do that. So how can we not close the door? But I don't want to make that decision today.
The other consideration, and just as a reminder too, we do have a modest amount budgeted already for interim solutions, land leasing, and support for 2025, which is coming up in the not too distant future. So that already exists within the budget. So that is accounted for essentially in this work. If council wanted to try and amplify that work, certainly as a separate or maybe additional recommendation that could be brought forward or further discussed as part of the strategic planning and resourcing.
Okay, so I think I'm hearing then we can approve this as is, and that doesn't take away our flexibility to try and be a little bit agile with what's going on the ground right now.
I think the short version of that answer was likely yes, but I'll go ahead, Mr. Valniskas.
Yes, staff are always at working at council's will. We base our work plan on the plans and documents that we establish or that council approves. So every time we pivot from that, there's a resourcing impact. And so if we need to do that in the future, that would be the first conversation probably is, what are we not going to do or what are the budget implications of doing that?
Okay, thank you. And then the other piece, just, I appreciate the discussion around the biosphere and so on. Just for my own comfort, I guess I'm hoping, and I assume, but I'm hoping that, we're not just aspiring to what the MOU says, but we're really looking with all of our decisions in general to really support the ambitions of the biosphere. And that is sort of always in the background of our thoughts in this. Is that a safe assumption?
100%. Certainly the Marine Access Review and the Marine Action Strategy also preceding this work has really highlighted a lot of the key objectives and priorities of the biosphere around sustainable development, biodiversity, conservation. That has been highlighted in this work as well, and certainly for community access and people to engage with how sound. That's been a core part of and the spirit of the work.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any more hands shooting up. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to move the staff recommendation. And if there's a seconder, I will speak to it. Second by Councillor Anderson. Thank you. Thank you for this, for all of the work that you do. And I was really, I'm glad the last question went to the biosphere. I was really struck by how that was integrated into this and was really front and center, as well as I know the nation plays a large role in that initiative, but similarly the way that Squamish Nation was an acknowledgement was treated in the beginning, I think was really set the tone and a wholly appropriate tone for the rest of the work. As to the recommendations are all very sound and of course require further prioritization as we grapple with actually executing on these pieces. I'm happy to see this planning piece around the feasibility at Darrell Bay for the boat launch. I think is a really, really important piece of work, and I think that setting the community up in the long term for appropriate access to the marine environment is incredibly important and needs to be and is a very worthwhile priority. So I'm happy to see that there. I think I think that as things are rapidly evolving with the current boat launching facility, I think it's important that staff continues to be alive to it and to what you know, what's happening there and where we can positively impact that in the short term. But the long-term goal is to get something that doesn't require so much stick handling from day to day as things evolve. And I'm confident that we're headed in an appropriate direction there. So thank you so much for that. I'm happy to this is a very with such good work, it's very easy to support the recommendation. So thank you very much. I'll be voting in support. Other comments? Councillor Anderson Hamilton.
Back in 2008, our planning staff with the district suggested that we should undertake a marine strategy, and council of the day was not ready for it. That's unfortunate. But today we've achieved a real milestone with this report, Ms. McJanet. Lots of pieces still to come, but a big piece resolved today and fundamental networks put together. With respect to the recommended boat launch sites, Darrell Bay and also the downtown west blocks of 45 and 46A, these are no-brainers to continue to pursue. And I'm optimistic with it that there's something to be achieved at both and hopefully not too long away. I'm more skeptical about Site B. It is simply too far out of alignment with so many of our policies, estuary plan, OCP, and also our industrial land scarcity circumstances. With respect to ferry infrastructure that I brought up, I'm concerned that we should be mindful that we want to accommodate population growth and the kind of recreational infrastructure we need to accommodate that population growth. But we also have infrastructure pieces that come along once in a while that we should also be prepared for. And one of them is passenger ferry. I'm quite confident that we're going to see a future for that in-house sound. We do need alternatives to the highway. Darrell Bay, you have to drive to. And the new passenger vessels today don't need that type of docking. Downtown waterfront, also M3 zoning is ready for ferry terminal. We have accommodated that in our zoning process. Darrell Bay is less convenient for both tourists and commuters, so there's lots to evaluate here, but there's lots of information and considerations laid out in this report. We'll need to be open-minded about new circumstances. I think also I'm looking forward to the Parks and Rec Master Plan when we get to that, looking again at new circumstances to deal with scarcity and reviewing all of the options. And I do think that the upper part of the Malcolm Blind Channel, it's a dead zone with legacy dredge spoil. There's maybe opportunity for both ecological restoration and soft footprint recreation use there too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next I have Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. So yeah, I'm happy to speak in support of this. I mean, I think it's really important that we put together clear and cohesive plans for our community, where we want to go. I think this is the review is very extensive and it's going forward into 2 more plans. What I'm hoping we're not missing here, and I have some concern that we're missing, is this interim need that is going to become more and more poignant for a local boat launch. I see the challenge here. I don't see a simple solution. I don't see it being a responsible expenditure of public funding to invest in significant infrastructure on private land. And so I see a challenge here that I would encourage the community that are interested in finding solutions that will help us move this forward. Yeah, but thank you very much for all the work on this. There are many, many, many user groups involved in marine access, and I hope that in the coming 5 or 10 years, we're going to see many more of those uses come to fruition. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor French and then Stoner.
Thanks, Mayor. In supporting the endorsement of this marine access review, I'll express that I'm happy that through the process, Darrell Bay has been confirmed as the lead candidate location for a future boat launch. I look forward to ongoing cooperation and coordination with the Squamish-Lillooet Regional District, the Squamish Nation, Northern First Nations, our business community, and resident boaters who have been constructive with their input, and I'm sure will continue to do that, and the other stakeholders that are interested in access to our marine.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. I'll pile on my thanks to both staff as well as the community for all the effort that's gotten us to the final report. I think it is a really important step, as Councillor Anderson mentioned. It is a milestone report in where we're at in terms of marine access strategy. And it's a complex area, and we don't really have any silver bullet solutions. And I think that's one of the challenges that is well articulated here. But I think what this helps us do is lay out the map of who's involved, what the options are, and really helps clarify kind of those first, second, and third options. I too am really wrestling with what does it mean in the interim? Like there are no solutions in the short term. And also wrestling with like what is our role in that as a local government? It's not actually not part of our core services is to deliver boat launch facilities. And so while I hear that there is a real need, I also see a lot of opportunity for folks to come up with solutions outside of the municipal government structure. And in some ways, I think the question is like, can we move out of the way? Like, is there anything that we're doing that's getting in the way to facilitate that and let folks just kind of run with it while we do kind of that more medium to long-term planning for something that is more reasonable and sustainable. But lots to chew on, and thanks for all the work and for all the engagement.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, try not to repeat stuff too much, although I think I probably will. I am much more comfortable supporting this with the idea that if we can find a way to add something to the short-term challenges, that we have that flexibility, and I think that's important if there's an opportunity. And I just want to clarify, I guess I don't have a great sense because I've seen so many discussions around sensitivity of glass sponge reefs and a number of the things that are, potential conflicts with a whole lot more traffic. I don't have a sense of if we're sort of over-promising in the long term, or maybe like that level we're talking about at Darrell Bay and so on is just not going to reach the level where it's an issue. And so I just think as we continue to have conversations, it's going to be important to make sure we're really all on the same page about how these things interact. And maybe there's no issue there, but I think it's good just so that we're all not creating future conflicts and that we're all, on the same page there. But with that, I'm glad to see this moving forward. And I do really hope that we can collectively as a community figure out some constructive challenges or solutions to the short-term challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. And the next piece on our agenda is the Malcolm Blind Channel Maintenance and Funding Strategy Status Update. Ms. McJanet, is there a presentation on this, or is it just the memo?
There's just a short presentation with a couple slides for updating.
Great. Yep, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you to everybody that joined us for that piece. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Council. I'm here with David Rolston, our Senior Manager of Municipal Infrastructure, who's been co-piloting this project with me. The purpose of the memo before you today is to provide a project administrative and engagement status update respecting the completion of the Mamquam Blind Channel Maintenance and Funding Strategy, which was presented as a discussion draft to Council last July. With the time that we have, we are focusing is updating Council on the engagement tasks and the plan for strategy finalization. We do have a few summary slides in the deck around the discussion draft. We don't really want to deep dive on the technical information and options presented per se, but just to give you that fulsome picture, because it has been some time since we've been before Council on this piece, on this project. This is just a touch point to highlight that the project was identified as a priority action in the Squamish Marine Action Strategy in 2020. And it was resourced, or sorry, actually 2018, and then it was resourced for budget in late 2021. The policy foundation for this work sits in the OCP, Policy 2024E, where we set intention to develop a strategy addressing navigability, transportation access, recreation, and commerce in the Mamquin Blind Channel while minimizing impacts to marine habitat and biodiversity. As you recall, so accordingly, our project purpose and focus is to develop an ecosystem-based channel maintenance and funding strategy. And the study area that we established and the geographic extent of the review is shown here. It was based on the navigation area within the Mamquin Blind Channel that was established in an MOU with Transport Canada back in 2017. And also this is an area that has significance to the nation. Squamish is right at the doorstep there, and also the Squamish River estuary area. The upper reaches of the Mamquin Blind Channel north of the rail bridge were not included in the scope for this piece of work. We had to keep it tight. There's also, we didn't have the data for the bathymetry in that area, so that also played a role. So we were focusing on the actual navigation area that's considered by Transport Canada. So this is just a look back to our project staging and engagement program. We initiated this in 2021. The initial stage 1 involves scoping, procuring technical services, and engagement planning. In April of 2022, Council endorsed the proposed engagement plan and the recruitment of a community working group to sit with us as we did this, worked through this strategy. We held our first meeting back in October of 2022. And then in stage 2, we got into more technical analysis and data gathering, reviewing bathymetric and sediment quality data. We looked at the navigation channel design and vessel considerations to prepare a series of technical memos that were considered by our intergovernmental agencies that we engaged, as well as our community working group. And then in stage 3, through the end of 2022 and into early 2023, we continued to engage with Squamish Nation, other governments, and community working group stakeholders, and then brought to council a discussion draft encapsulating all those inputs and that technical information. Additional input from Squamish Nation was identified as critical to help informing the progress of this work and the specific channel enhancement options and potential funding arrangements for future consideration. We had anticipated being able to obtain input mid-2023, but this has not been possible to date for a number of reasons. The nation is heavily engaged in comprehensive planning and also capacity building and staffing up with a lot of new folks at the staff at the table. But we have continued to request input and maintain that we are very keen and interested to get their feedback, and we're holding space for that to happen. Finalization of the strategy is therefore, we feel, contingent upon including this input from Squamish Nation, but we are hopeful that we will get to engage with them in the near term. So for stage 4 completion, where the star is on this slide, once we have that engagement, that final engagement with Squamish Nation, we will bring back the strategy for final endorsement. And this is just that overall engagement program, and there's 3 streams that we engaged on. So this is just to give you that status update. We've done a lot of intergovernmental engagement, both with the nation in that early referral. We've also engaged with Transport Canada, the province, the federal government through Fisheries and Oceans Canada, both the Fish Habitat Protection Group, as well as Small Craft Harbour. We've been engaging through advocacy letters, and also we had an opportunity to engage Squamish Nation community members at Totem Hall in January. But this just highlights there that we are looking for that additional input specifically from the Enchikai economic development arm of the nation. And that's who we haven't heard from yet. And Squamish Nation staff are helping to support and facilitate us getting some comment from Enchikai. The community working group, as you know, that was struck in 2022. We have had 17 members. It's volunteer. They came together in 3 different technical review meetings and have they summarized the inputs in the discussion draft. And then finally, the third stream, as you can see, is that public and community at large engagement. On this, in that stream of engagement, we were doing and really busy doing broad engagement with the Marine Access Review, which we just talked about for the last hour. And so there was that kind of parallel engagement where that happened. We have not, so barriers and access priorities and challenges were very much brought in through that process for that project. We haven't done any standalone engagement with the broad community on specific dredge options at this point in time. And the idea is that once we, as we've kind of moved through the project, once we get more in-depth feedback from Squamish Nation, then we are proposing that at that point in time in future, we would initiate engagement more broadly with the community once we have some more solidified, recommendations and specific funding scenarios. Right now, we don't have those formed, so that broader public engagement did not make sense. And then this is just a reminder of the discussion draft content that we reviewed with you back in July, but it was a lifetime ago already and probably feels very far away. But essentially the recap is that it highlighted reasons for maintenance. We established objectives and guiding principles. We provided a lot of channel context, the importance of the channel, historic maintenance that has happened over time, current uses, and then also we presented design parameters for the channel, for the navigation channel. There's a lot of information about the sediment within the channel and what is required for permitting for future channel maintenance activity, opportunities for using dredgate in different ways. And then also we looked at dredging options and the costing that's involved. So that was a really important piece to better understand what it would be required in this case. This is just a bit of a visual that gives you a picture of where the focus of the sediment is occurring in the channel, mid-channel. This is just outside of the Squamish River. And this is a great photo courtesy of Canadian Coastal Sailing showing the sandbar or the sediment bar that's expanding, marching into the channel here. We looked at a bunch of preliminary options last July, and we reported back on these. There were 5 different options that we reviewed with the community. Doing nothing, and then a progressive series of dredge scenarios, essentially, for different extents of dredging and volumes of dredging. Then there was costing that was established for that. And with the community working group, the 2 options that sort of filtered to the top were the potential to approach to do another stopgap dredge program, which we did back in 2013, or to do a more focused dredge in the South Channel. So there was a range that we looked at. I won't go into a lot of detail because I think I'm going to lose everybody if we do. If I do, this is the option B, the stopgap. So you can see the area in blue, which is where the focused or where the sediment removal would need to occur. It's about 5,000 cubic meters at a cost estimate of $650,000. And then in the other option C, that was also a that was also a preferred option to continue to explore. Has a volume of 55,000 cubic meters at a cost of at least 3.5 million. So you can see that there's kind of a range of options that we were looking at, ranging up to like a full dredge, many millions of dollars. So we were working through all of that with the working group. This is a visual essentially to highlight the location of like the channel and Squamish and Site B as well. And as we talked about in the Marine Access Review, the nation is engaged in comprehensive planning for this area and this site. So it's really critical that we get the feedback of the nation through the work that they're doing around future maintenance opportunities. We could do a lot of work to try and presume and move down a path around options, but we need to be at the table with the nation around this work, so that we can bring back some community supported recommendations at the end of the day. So there's just another view of Squamish. We have integrated all of the feedback that we've received from the nation to date. They did see that middle option as a really good balance of environmental needs and other considerations. And some of the core feedback that they gave to us was non-support for any disposal at sea, and high interest in looking for maintenance options that prioritize habitat enhancement within the Mamquam Channel. And then the other key piece of feedback that we received was, again, the importance of archaeological protection for Squamish Nation heritage. So in any work that happens, they are looking for archaeological assessment and also avoidance of impacts to fish habitat. Strategy finalization and next steps. So this is our plan for strategy finalization this year. We are working to seek input and guidance from senior government agencies on potential available funding opportunities. And then similarly, we're trying to seek additional input and guidance from Squamish Nation, especially their Nchikai group to understand their interests and recommendations for the strategy in terms of potential community-based solutions and even partnership opportunities. We would like to outline a more opportunistic strategy to seek funding, and then also in the final piece of work outline what should we do in the absence of senior government funding if that isn't coming forward. So that's a crux, I think a crux question still, but we'd like to attempt to answer that. And then also wrap this up in terms of finalizing the technical review that we've completed to date and the preferred option recommendations. So the final bullet and point there is that in future, subject to sourcing and confirming funding and cost sharing opportunities, the intention and idea is to bring forward preferred option implementation with financial scenarios for consideration through future financial plan work. And then do additional community engagement more broadly at that time once we know what the scenarios might look like. I am going to stop there. I have David with me here as well, Mr. Rolston. So this is a great image that we.
Yeah, thank you. I spotted this image on an earlier slide, and then
Yes.
And it does
Yeah.
speak volumes to the need.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Council questions? Did I see any hands on this? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks for the update and all the work. I didn't see in your report, and I don't think I heard in your verbal, if wood fiber LNG has been involved at all in the advisory committee in terms of dredging, given their increased use of the channel.
Sorry about that. Wood fiber LNG does not sit on our community working group. I have a slide and can outline who the parties are in the working group, but they were not at the table and part of that. So they are aware of the strategy under development, and we've shared the technical information that is in the discussion draft.
And so have there been any further conversations with them at this point?
No, through to council, no specific conversations around channel maintenance.
All right, thanks for that clarity. And then just a minor request going forward. The letter that you wrote to MP Weiler on the advocacy front was fantastic. If you can share that back with council sooner rather than later, because I feel like many of us have seen MP Weiler, but I wasn't aware of the letter. So we would have had the opportunity to follow up, but we haven't, I wasn't aware of it. So if we can just get that to council earlier, that'd be helpful.
Thank you for that. And there also is a link in this memo that I hope was worked. Okay, perfect. Thank you. And we also shared it back with the Harbor Authority, the Chamber, and Tourism Squamish as well. But yeah, I think we are hopeful that we can maybe connect with council around opportunities for follow-up in the near future.
Yep, thank you. Council, other questions? Go ahead, Councilor Pettingill.
Just on a related note, will our advocacy tracker, does it already have, like, given the provincial election coming up, in addition to MP Weiler, is it appropriate for any provincial ministries like Modi, Tourism, Parks to be included in that tracker? Is this really just a federal thing?
Yeah, thank you. I'm doing some work in my office on the particular advocacy points, so to set us up for engaging with that process. So there'll be more to come on that. Thank you.
For council, although there was no kind of motion, this is like a memo for update. We are very interested just to get a temperature check if council is comfortable with this, the next steps around the finalization. We would be interested to hear back from council. Just a general temperature check.
Thank you for that clarity. Maybe what we'll do, I'll just propose to council that during this report, we'll move receipt and we'll handle the temperature check, which is informal, around through comments. So if there's any more questions on this, we'll do that now. Otherwise, I'd move receipt and then we'll do the temperature check through our comments. Seeing no hands, I'll move receipt of the report, second by Councillor Hamilton. And I guess I'll start off. I think I do feel like the clock is ticking as we look at the sediment coming out of the Squamish, as we sit here. But I do think that overall I'm supportive of the direction and the piece that you recognize in your presentation is that what happens given that the time is ticking, what happens if we don't secure that funding from the other orders government once we've put ourselves in a position to really chase that specifics. And I think I share that concern, so I was happy to see it there, and also is a challenge that we may need to grapple with. So I'm supportive of this direction, particularly given that we need to have the most fulsome engagement we can with work directly with the nation to understand the exact direction that they would like to see this go in. So I think, as much as I'm sure everyone around the table would prefer to have this resolved and we can be moving on to some other important business, that's not where we are. But given where we are, I think this is this is a totally appropriate direction. So thank you for the work, and I'll pass it around to we'll start on this side. Go to the seconder. Councillor Hamilton, do you have comments?
Thanks. Yeah, supportive of receiving the information and supportive of the approach. It's clear that it's very important to have Squamish Nation consultation, Squamish Nation feedback and cooperation on this. It's right in front. It's right in the waterway there. There's no question about that it's necessary. And yeah, I completely, the plan to make a plan and hope for other forms of funding is a good strategy. But yeah, at some point, I suspect we may need to bite the bullet. And I'd recommend take this as an opportunity to start thinking more long-term about dredging, because this is obviously not a one-time thing. We're going to need to maybe put dredging into our long-term planning.
Thank you. Now I have Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Like Councillor Stoner, I was very pleased to see in our package before us the letter of last November from Mayor Herford, which I think is a very good letter, and I'm sure that it was lots of teamwork behind it. The letter highlights the BC government's coastal marine strategy, and we heard from them at the recent House on Forum, and we should be keeping in touch with them. They did at that forum invite local governments to continue to be involved and engaged. As regards the next steps, I would add another bullet point, and that is to continue to do all of the above, but also outreach, alliance building, and advocacy. I happen to belong to a couple of social media dredging forums, and I don't know why I need that kind of entertainment, but it has opened my eyes to how many communities have shared circumstances and share this need for solutions. And there's a couple of forums that I've been a part of, the BC Chamber, there's a lot of dredging stakeholders there, a lot of coastal communities. So I think it's very important on this file because of the number of stakeholders at risk or engaged, that we continue, as you've suggested, Ms. McJanet, to reach out with our local allies, the Chamber, Tourism Squamish, BIA, Harbor Authority, but do even more. And it's nice to see in our last presentation, the Yacht Club, Boat Launch Committee, and Paddling Club now working together, stimulated by our Marine Access report. We need to do more of this, and advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor French next.
Thank you, Mayor. I support the motion. I support the direction staff has taken, and I am not a member of any social media dredging groups.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. Happy to support the motion and the direction in general. Just want to highlight too that especially appreciative and supportive of the collaboration with Squamish Nation and making sure that we're headed in the same direction on this. I think for me that's one of the most important pieces of this. So glad we'll be continuing to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this piece? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Now I'd be looking for a motion to close, moved by Councillor Stoner, second by Councillor Hamilton. All in favor? Motion carries. We'll now recess this meeting to reconvene following our evening meeting. And so then we're done until we'll see you back at 6 o'clock for the regular.